We are coming to you from the city beautiful Chicago, Illinois, where tonight WGN Sports on the U presents White Sox baseball. It's Paul Konerko, Adam Dunn, Gordon Beckham, and the Sox as they get set to butt heads with Miguel Cabrera, Prince Fielder, Max Scherzer, and the Detroit Tigers. Hi, everybody, and welcome. With Steve Stone, I'm Ken Harrelson. We get set to bring you Game 2 of this three-game set. In the opener last night, Chris Sale was just outstanding. Sox won that ball game 6-2. But we've been struggling a lot against Detroit this year, in fact, against the whole Central. But we got a couple of guys that have really swung the bat well against the Tigers.
Gordon Beckham certainly has done that along with Alexei Ramirez. And Gordon Beckham last night had 3 hits. Doug Fister's a tough right-hander, and this is the third of the 3 hits. Alexei Ramirez has a 9-game hitting streak, and he's been hitting pretty much everything. He's been hitting to all fields, and surprisingly, the power has come back for him. So when you look at what they've done lately, you see Beckham in his last 10 against Detroit, 371. And you look at the power numbers, you see Ramirez, 9-game hitting streak, 381. And you look at his power numbers. And so these two guys have done it along with Adam Dunn. They've done a nice job of it. They're going to have to tonight.
We got our work cut out for us because of this guy named Max Scherzer.
Scherzer's been unbelievable this year. He's 17-1. We faced him in Detroit. He made it look easy. He's got a great changeup. And the Tigers score him 7.5 runs a game, and he doesn't really need it. And he's marching his way into history. He's going to be the 5th man with 17 wins and 18 decisions. Rube Marquardt, Don Newcomb, Elroy Face, and Roger Clemens. That's pretty elite company. So hopefully the Sox can derail him tonight. And to do that, they got to jump on him early. You can't wait to get to that changeup.
All right, sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way. Chicago White Sox baseball is brought to you by Miller Lite. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. By Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer or go to shophonda.com for current offers. By AT&T. Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Ford. Proud sponsor of your Chicago White Sox. Check out America's freshest lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com.
Welcome back to beautiful U.S. Cellular Field. After winning last year's Triple Crown, Miguel Cabrera is having a great follow-up season. Robin Ventura played alongside Big Frank for most of his career, and although Frank never won the Triple Crown, the comparisons between Thomas and the Tigers' Cabrera are inevitable.
Pitch him very carefully. you hope he gets himself out. Really, I think at this point he's almost come to that point where you hope he gets himself out. You have pitchers that are trying to pitch him tough and are careful with him, but again, I just haven't seen too many guys. I don't think I've seen anybody really that does what he does to some of the best pitchers in baseball.
Did people start pitching around Frank once he got established? Do you think they'll start doing that to Cabrera?
They're already doing it. You need to have good people around him. I think that was important for them when they signed Prince a couple of years ago or last year, to get people around him that you can't do that. And I think that's you get Torrey in front of him and Prince behind him, and people have to pitch to him a little bit more.
Pitch to both Big Frank during his career and Miguel Cabrera at your peril. We'll be back with lineups and tonight's first pitch after these messages. Live Sports. Tonight's game's available in Spanish on your SAP audio setting, provided by 97.5 FM ESPN Deportes. It's Chicago's first and only FM Spanish language sports radio station. So, with the White Sox taking the field, let's take a look at how Jim Leyland's going to line up his Tigers. Austin Jackson leading it off, then Torrey Hunter, Miguel Cabrera, who's been all everything during the 10-game hitting streak, Prince Fielder, Victor Martinez, Mattui Asasopo, Omar Infante, Ryan Pena, and Jose Iglesias. The White Sox defense is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. Left to right, it's Diaz, Danks, and Garcia. In the infield, Keppinger, Ramirez, Beckham, and Konerko. Josh Fegley gets a nod behind the plate, and Hector Santiago on the hill. Hector's ERA is respectable, under 3.5, a 3-7 record. 116 strikeouts and 112 2/3. And against the Tigers' lifetime, he's never beaten them, but his career ERA is 2.63 against them. The umpires for the game tonight: Mike Winters, the crew chief, behind the plate. DJ Rayburn at first. Laz Diaz is at second, and Mark Wigner is at third. So it's a beautiful night for baseball. It's a cool night for this time of year. Should be a great night to pitch, especially if you can wend your way around Cabrera. Wind not much of a factor here this evening, but that's the man you worry about. The man who, justifiably so, carries around a big bat. So it's a pleasure to see my play-by-play partner Ken Harrelson back and healthy, and let's see if we can call a winner tonight. So we're ready to play baseball. I'm ready to turn it over to Ken Harrelson.
Hi, Steve. Thank you very much. And once again, welcome everybody, and welcome to White Sox baseball right here over WGN on the U. So if you could join us for game 2 of this 3-game set. Austin Jackson will lead it off against our 25-year-old southpaw, and that first pitch fastball outside. Jackson comes in hitting at 279 homers. He's driven in 28. And against Hector, he is 2 for 12. 2-0 the count. Tigers come in hitting at 281 as a club with a 3.56 team ERA.
Jackson just happy that Chris Sale's not on the mound because he can't touch him.
Boy, he's in he's in the majority of the rank and file.
That's true. I mean, he threw some sliders last night that were absolutely disappearing, unhittable sliders.
That is a souvenir right side. So the count 2-2, and here at the ballpark as you look at Chris Sale. 330 down the left field line, 335 down the right field line, 375 in the gaps, and 400 straight away center. He's something. And the 2-2 pitch. Ball hit hard, but right at him. And Jordan is there to make the catch.
It's hard to believe when you look at the record of Chris Sale at 8-11 that his ERA is 2.73. Because just about each and every time out, he's had magnificent stuff.
In my career, I don't think I've ever seen a guy 8-11 who's pitched better than he is.
Doesn't get any runs.
No.
Last night he got 6. It was like a bonanza here for him.
And certainly not to take not one thing away from Max Scherzer, but when you're getting 6.5 to 7 runs a game, it does make it a little easier. Although Max has had a fantastic, surreal season. Torrey Hunter hitting at 308, 13 homers. He's driven in 60.
Torrey's going to try to take that screwball and take it to right or right center field.
Threw that one right by him upstairs. .38-year-old veteran. 0 for 5 against Hector. Heminger even with a bag off the line at third. And the count 2-2.
Chris Sale last night fanned Hunter twice. Once on a slider low and in, and the other on a high fastball.
There's a chopper 2 hopper. 2 down. And here he comes. Miguel Cabrera. On a 10-game hitting streak. And as we've talked about many times before, this guy has got a chance to go down maybe as the best we've ever seen with that bat in his hand. And you got to give Prince fielder Victor Martinez a lot of credit as well, because Miguel has never had this kind of protection in his career.
No, it's certainly showing not only in that 10-game hitting streak, but all year long.
There's that changeup.
The thing about Cabrera is he doesn't just make his living on numbers 3, 4, and 5 in the starting rotation. He hits the good pitchers. He hits the premier setup men. He hits the closers. Hits everybody. He remains the only man ever in the illustrious career of Mariano Rivera to have back-to-back home runs in separate games against Rivera. The only man in his career to do it.
Well, you may have seen that little clip of Robin. There's another changeup. What he said about Cabrera, he said he doesn't think he's ever seen anybody like him.
Because there's not one pitch he can't hit. It's just a question of trying to keep moving the ball in, out, changing speeds, doing whatever you can. But eventually he's just going to get you.
Well, I've been around a lot longer than Robin has. For 8 years, Frank Thomas, the greatest right-handed hitter I've ever seen. And that's where Brian Kenny and I really agree on numbers, because those numbers will back up the Big Hurt's first 8 years.
And without injuries, they might have gone along a little longer.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Exactly right. Change up low and away.
Because with Frank, it wasn't like all of a sudden the league started getting him out. He just started getting hurt.
And he started really getting hurt, Steve. And, you know, nobody talks about that very often because of the fact that he never complained. He played hurt. He never complained, never took himself out of the lineup. That is very, very playable. Cabrera taking it easy as he should. That flexor problem he's got. Meanwhile, a 1-2-3 inning after happening at play. It's the Tigers nothing and our guys coming to bat.
It's Alejandro Diaz leading it off. Then it's Beckham and Ramirez, who's on a 9-game hitting streak. With Dunn the DH, Canerco, Garcia, Keppinger, Danks, and Fegley rounded out. The defense and on the lineup behind Max Scherzer. Tuias, Sopo, Jackson, and Hunter in the outfield with Cabrera, Iglesias, who's a magician with the glove, along with Infante and Fielder in the infield. Ryan Pena behind the plate. And Max Scherzer on the hill at 17-1. This is 24th start. Moonen's hitting a paltry 192, 108 hits in 158 innings, not to mention 35 walks and 175 strikeouts, so it's been a magical year for the big right-hander.
And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours, as here's Diaz hitting it 274, 13 homers, 49 knocked in. Yes, it has been. It's been, when Bob Grimm and I were talking about this prior to the game. When you get a guy like Scherzer who's got 4 pitches like he's got, and sometimes 5. And there's a nice little duck snort to start it off right off the end of the bat. So good speed aboard. He is 13 for 19 in stolen bases. But when you got a guy like him who's got 4 or 5 pitches and can get them all over, hardly walks anybody, and he's got the highest average velocity on his fastball. I don't care when you're pitching. I don't care who you're pitching against. It could be 2013. It can be 1927 against the Yankees. It can be in the 60s, in the 70s against those ball clubs, Oakland and the Big Red Machine. You're going to win. It's just that simple.
You're going to win. You're going to win a lot. And from a hitting standpoint, you got to really get him early. You got to get him early in the game. You have to get him early in the count. His slider and his straight change to go with a big fastball. Those 2 pitches are just too good. You can't let him get in a position where he can use those.
Long set. He's got a pretty good move over there. Not too much time. Well, last year when he beat us in that one game in Detroit, our hitters were just raving about his changeup. I mean,
it's terrific.
It's got some of the best movement, consistent movement that I've ever seen from a right-handed changeup.
Alex Avila, their everyday catcher, their #1 catcher, is on the concussion disabled list. It's a 7-day disabled list. So Brian Pena now getting the lion's share of the catching. He's not quite as adept at blocking low pitches. And this could be a combination you can run against.
Outfield slightly to the right, gap out there, small gap out there in left center.
Scherzer, because he's around the plate a lot, has given up 14 home runs in 158 innings. Not horrible, but it leads the team in that department.
And there's the strike. 1-2 the count to Beckham. Sox hitting .249 as a club with a 3.91 ERA. Gordon, as Steve told you earlier, 3 for 5 last night. Right now, Gordon's the best hitter on this ball club.
He had terrific plate coverage last night. Drove in a run, scored a run. And there's a sweeping slider that Pena does a nice job.
Well, it's just he's just been barreling it up and center cutting it better than anybody on the team.
This will cut a
quite
break.
a while.
Hit one right off the heel of Fisher, and instead of bounding towards somebody, it found its way into short right field.
It's about time.
Yeah.
And just got a piece of that one.
Well, this is a pretty decent pitch to run if you're going to guess along with Pena on the slider or the straight change. It's one of the reasons why Scherzer is taking so long in his set. He's trying to vary his times.
Well, you're right. You know, if you go back 25 or 30 years ago, the ideal in the count du jour, so to speak, to run on was 1-2. Now it's changed. It's more of a 2-2 count. As he just underneath that one, had the barrel on it, but Iglesias, one out. So with one out, let's check out our picks to click. Manjo, our director of the crew. Now they went with Alexi. Steve's going with Captain Jurin. Jerry Hanley, Mike Williams, Eric Aldrich, Roger Clare, and I. We're going to go with Gordon Beckham. And here's Alexei on that 10-game hitting streak. Got his average up to 285, 3 homers, 35 knocked in. I don't quite understand, though. Here we got a situation.
Got a situation with a guy with a bad side, and we haven't really tried to exploit the bunt on him. And that's the one thing he's got trouble with, coming in and throwing off balance. And there's no way in the world that Max Scherzer can get that pitch all night, because he would go 101. That pitch absolutely was 4 inches off the outside corner. Take a look at on pitch tracks where this ball shows up. You give him that one, he'd never lose.
Well, Rank has this privilege.
Well, it does. I mean, he's had a great year, but
but you're right.
Boy, I'd love to have that one.
Yeah, he wouldn't lose many with that.
Nope. You got to stand on the plate. 9-game hitting streak. Alexi's been doing pretty well. And he's hit the ball out of the ballpark.
That was close to being out of here, too. Do we ask the softball? I love this game. You know, this game is so beautiful. Since Nelson Cruz accepted his MLB suspension, okay, Rangers are 7-0 and have scored the most runs in the American League.
It was supposed to weaken the team. It wasn't supposed to make them better.
I tell you, this game is awesome.
And still, with what they've done, they've won 8 games in a row. Oakland, only a game back. They can't shake Oakland.
Well, the hottest team in baseball right now is the team that we suggested just might. We want to run, and they have done that.
The Kansas City.
That's it.
And I talked with their assistant general manager, Al Avila. And I talked to him last night before the game. I was talking about Cleveland and Kansas City. He said, we've handled Cleveland pretty well. We are worried about Kansas City.
Well, they should be. Adam, pretty good rip at that one.
And not that Cleveland can't beat you, but he's taken a look at the pitching staff up and down. He's taken a look especially at the bullpen as a unit and saying, boy, if they get ahead of you, that's a problem. Now they're 6.5 back. They gained a full game. Cleveland 7 back. And Kansas City only 6 back in the loss column.
And you got to understand, Detroit went on a run too. What they win, 11 in a row?
I think they might have gotten to 12.
12 in a row. So, that's being said, this is going to be an interesting. I think there's several division races that are going to be interesting. Got him, and that'll retire the side. Get a leadoff single. And after 1, no score. Top of the second. It'll be fielder Martinez and Tuyasa Sopo. Boy, you could just reverse roles if you wanted to with these two. Put this guy in the free hole and put Cabrera backing him up, and Prince liable to hit 50.
Well, there's no doubt it would certainly increase Prince's production. I don't think it would decrease Cabrera's production because you still have Victor Martinez behind him.
Yeah, he's too good a hitter.
This is a deep lineup. And now that they have Omar Infante back, they got a whole lot better. Infante just coming off the disabled list. Spent a month on the shelf after a slide at second base. which was a force out. There was not going to be a double play. Tigers were not particularly happy about that, but now they got Infante back for the stretch.
It's off the end of the bat up the middle. That'll be a base hit. Well, let's just look at things. Going into spring training and then coming out of spring training, what we saw in spring training. We knew a couple things. We knew that Detroit had a better starting staff than we did. We knew that we had a better bullpen than they did. We knew we could catch the baseball better than they could.
We thought we could.
That's what it turned into. But coming out, we knew we could catch the baseball, and that was what's going to keep us in contention. And then as that turned out, that has been really, if you want to consider all things, our downfall. Catching the baseball, and that's the first rule of the game. That's up high to Victor, 34-year-old veteran. Hitting at 283, 10 homers, but he's knocked in 66.
He's got much more power, and he's a better hitter from the left side. That being said, he's grounded into 16 double plays. So get him to hit the ball on the ground, it's going to be 2. Last night, he got 2 ringing base hits against Chris Sale, and then was robbed of a hit. Ramirez only had 1 play. He could have never made the play to first. He made a force out to third to force Cabrera. Otherwise, Victor would have been 3 for 3.
Victor has always hit us well. And he's always been, you know, the classification of hitting or hitters. And one of the greatest compliments you could pay a guy was, well, this guy's a great 7th, 8th, and 9th inning hitter. But today, in today's culture, in today's game, as opposed to years past, that was the mantra back in those days, 40, 50 years ago. But it is so much more difficult today because of the culture of today's bullpens.
It used to be you were getting a starting pitcher maybe the 4th time through the lineup, so you might get a fatigued starting pitcher. Now you're getting a premier setup man as he walks in on 4 pitches. But you're getting your premier setup man, both left and right-handed, and then you're getting the closer. So when you're hitting in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning against 2 of the premium pitchers out of the opposing team's bullpen, and you're still getting the job done, you can really do it.
Yeah, you put today's guys in that category of being a terrific 7th, 8th, and 9th inning hitter. They can hit. They can absolutely hit.
What Hector cannot afford to do, what he has done on occasion, is have 1 inning where he completely loses his release point. Now he's got 1st and 2nd, nobody out after a 4-pitch walk to a right-handed specialist in Matt Tuiasosopo.
Matt hitting at 283, 7 long ones, and 28 knocked in. He has faced Hector 5 times, and he's drawn a collar. Takes first pitch strike.
He came an eyelash from giving Detroit the lead. In the 6th inning, a line drive base hit by Cabrera, then one by Fielder, then the force out at third, and Tuiasosopo hit one to straightaway center field that we thought had a chance to get out. Fortunately, Danks had some room.
Okay, boys, take your time. You got plenty of it. Rack them up. Quickly, 2 gone.
Good pitch by Hector Santiago as he threw that screwball, kept it away. Got Tuiasosopo to try to pull it. And pull it he did. Fortunately, right at Ramirez, and after that, it was pretty easy.
Can't ease up this Infante. Hitting at 305, 6 homers, 27 knocked in. Well, he brought a little stability last year when they picked him up to that defense, that infield defense.
They couldn't solve the puzzle that was second base last year for the Tigers, and then they finally did.
Well, That's why you can't ease up. So Prince will score, and it's 1-0 Detroit. In my opinion, last year, if they don't pick him up, they don't win the division.
I think Dave Dombrowski has done a pretty good job of putting this team together, and what a lineup it is. That one right down the middle, it's a screwball, but he probably would have liked it a little bit further away from Omar. Didn't get it there. And so there really are no breathers in this lineup. Just about the time you think you got through and no problem, you got a problem.
Well, Dave and I have had our differences in the past, but just to put it on the table, he's done just done an outstanding job building this ball club. Now, sure, he's had money to sign. There's no question about that. But the trades he has made, the pickups he has made, have been just absolutely right, spot on.
Well, you got a choice how you use your minor leagues. You can bring them to the major leagues like some teams do and wait for them to develop, or you can trade them away as relatively young players to get some veterans that you need to staff your major league team.
Well,
Dave has done the latter more times than not.
Yeah, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing, because I call it a candy store. That's what the minor leagues are. As that's off the end of the bat in the left field for a base hit. Another screwball. And the candy store being, as you mentioned, to stock your big league ball club, or to make it so enticing for the opposition to overpay for some of your prospects.
Haney reaches out. The switch hitter takes it into left field. That brings Don Cooper out. He wants to get back to the concentration aspect with Santiago. You want to make this happen with Iglesias and not have to worry about getting to Jackson at the top of the lineup. And it's tough to say because a pitcher out on the mound doesn't want to hear it or think about it. But when you go up against a guy that's 17-1 and doesn't give you very much, every pitch is the World Series. You can hardly make a mistake.
And in this Tiger lineup, you don't want the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning hitters doing any damage. And you certainly don't want them doing any damage on off-speed pitches. You want them to beat you on your good stuff as far as a fastball goes or whatever it may be. Now, if he's pinpointing with that change, if he's pinpointing with that screwball, that's fine. But he has not been pinpointing with it.
No, they've been up. A lot of them have been down the middle. And here is the recent addition to the ball club as an insurance policy against Peralta not using the option of appealing his suspension. And he did not.
Well, if he can get out of this mess right here, having the first 2 on, nobody out with just giving up 1, that'd be a job well done. Iglesias hitting it 324, a couple of homers and 22 driven in. One of those homers came against us, and it wasn't a cheapie. He made a play that I saw on the highlight. Steve, you were calling it.
That play yesterday was one of the best you'll ever see. Let's take a look at it. And he actually throws this ball completely off the ground. He throws it in the same motion in which he catches it. It's hard to believe that you can be completely off the ground and still get something on the throw, but that's exactly what he did. And coming over here, the question in Boston and the question in Detroit is, will he hit consistently? But they were both of the same mind. He has some of the greatest hands in the major leagues.
Pretty good pitch, did not get it. So that'll load him up.
Well, there's no doubt that Fegley and Santiago wanted this one. Good fastball, caught good portion of the inside corner. But now you got to get out of this inning with a man who hit the ball awfully hard last time up.
Austin Jackson hit a bullet right at Jordan Danks. Yeah, pitches like that, if you don't get them and you're going poorly, they usually turn out to be a killer. If you do get them, you get them because you're going good. $21 to count. Boy, the last thing you want to do again is let those 7th, 8th, and 9th inning guys get on base, so you turn that lineup over.
Boy, it'd be awfully nice for Ramirez to sneak him back at Pena. His secondary lead at second base is taking him halfway down the line.
Well, according to the pitch, he would be the guy to do it. Looks like Beckham's thinking about it, but he's certainly not going to do it on a fastball.
No, and Infante doesn't have the greatest speed. His speed's okay, but it's not the greatest speed, and he's a third. You can actually get away with throwing behind him and not have to worry necessarily about Infante scoring.
He gone. Gas at 95. So he pitches out of it, just giving up to 1, and they lead it 1-0.
Sweep of the Yankees. The Sox are now 5-3 with 2 to play. They're averaging almost 5 runs a game and holding opponents at just over 3. So the most important part of this homestand is not the runs scored or given up, but they've committed only 1 error over the last 8 games. A win tonight or tomorrow give the Sox their first winning homestand since late May, when they went 5-2 against the Red Sox and the Marlins. That's brought to you by Xfinity Home. Get peace of mind with Xfinity Home. Total home security and home control solution that keeps you more connected to what matters most.
1-0 Tigers. Bottom of the 2nd inning. It'll be Canerco, Garcia, and Keppinger. Good check by Paulie.
The big story in town was that Paul Canerco was put on waivers, and Hawk, you're a man who did that as a general manager. Is that unusual?
Everybody goes on waivers. Everybody. Doesn't make a difference what your name is.
They see if
there are always exceptions to a rule.
Clear, though.
Yeah. They just want to see what the what the market bears, which is smart. You don't know if Paulie goes and clears. Now, as you mentioned earlier, you got 29 other teams to deal with. If somebody claims him, then you got 1 team to deal with.
And obviously,
10-5.
the factor is, as a 10-5 year man, 10 years in the league, 5 with one club. He has the say as to where he wants to go or if he wants to go. He's in control.
Checks it up. Good one. And the count 3-1. Yeah. That is common practice each and every day.
Scherzer will give up the long ball, and this is a long ball count, although he's trying to keep everything away from balling.
That ball hit well, but they got a man there. There's a nice pitch by Scherzer on 3-1 count.
Well, he made sure with a fastball up and away that if Paul was going to hit it out, it was going to be to the opposite field. And of course, he hit it well, but not quite enough.
It's hard for Paulie to go opposite field unless the pitch is exactly in the right spot. It can be on outside corner like that, but if it's up, it's going to be a little difficult. It's got to be a little more down towards the thigh where he can drive a little bit more and not getting that bullpen out there. So here's Garcia. Garcia.
Right now, Scherzer is throwing at 92. But a lot like Justin Verlander, you know he's got 98 in his back pocket whenever he needs it. So he'll go along throwing this velocity, maybe speeding it up a touch, taking something off. But he also has a great changeup, and he can't sit on one pitch.
Little pop up. Iglesias is there, and it's out number 2. Sox fans, join us on Wednesday, September 11th at 7:10 when our Sox take on Detroit, and we pay special tribute. That is Wednesday, September 11th. Special tribute with First Responder Night presented by GovX. GovX, saving for those who serve. So WhiteSox.com or 866 Sox game. Our good buddy Howard Sudbury just walking into the booth. You're going to be able to chat with him a little bit. There's the strike.
And we're going to talk about the Arlington Million.
All right.
And that's coming up this Saturday. Howard will tell us a whole lot more about it and how we can win a fortune.
And he'll do it after this break.
And I'm here with Howard Sudbury, who's going to tell us a whole lot about not only the Million, but there's some other races that day.
Oh, there are a lot of big races that day. Once again, Hawk, Steve, good to be with you down here at the old ballpark. Always good to come back. Yeah, Arlington Million Day is this Saturday. There are 7 stakes races that day, and not only is it a great day of horse racing, it's fun to see athletics at the highest level in any sport. These are the greatest horses in the world, but it's an all-day party. There are all kinds of places you can dress up, great food, drink. We have an area called the Million Party Zone with a live band out there that you can go to. So it's a great summer event in Chicagoland, Steve.
Dan Roan is going to be one of the hosts of it. We're also going to see Eddie Olczyk out there. I know Eddie doesn't know a great deal about horses, but is Dan going to try to teach him some things?
Well, Eddie, he talks about horses and hockey. Those are his 2 favorite things. So
Eddie's won more money at the track than all of us put together. What are you talking about?
He has. Hey, he hit a pick 6 years ago that was in the 6 figures.
Yeah.
It was like $600,000. And as I told him, he got even for the year on that. So, Mike Tice, the former Bears offensive coordinator, hit that $100,000 one. So, if you educate yourself a little bit, you can win. But you can also win by just liking the jockey's colors, looking out there and betting a long shot. But as I said, these horses are magnificent. The best jockeys in the world are there. So it's an all-day party. It's a lot of fun.
How many races exactly are going to be shown?
There are 2 races shown. We're going to carry the Grade 1 Beverly D, and then we're going to carry the Arlington Million. The telecast, we encourage everybody to get out to the track, but if you can't, 5 to 6 p.m. on WGN, Dan and Eddie and I.
The Arlington Million's a Grade 1 race for thoroughbred horses 3 years and up, racing over the distance of 1.25 miles on the turf, which I always love. That's kind of nice, and it's beautiful out there at Arlington Park. So it was introduced in 1981. And it's one of those events that you just have to see. How many people are you expecting out there?
I think we'll have about 35,000 or so. The weather's supposed to be spectacular like it is tonight. So like I said, it's a summertime event. There's so much going on in Chicagoland, but it's great to experience it live, make a bet, listen to a band, enjoy some great food, and come out and see the best horses in the world. It's a lot of fun, Steve.
And a couple of guys you might recognize that are going to be out there is Mike Ditka, I think you remember him, and Coach Q, Joel Quenneville, is going to be out there. So it's going to be quite a day on Saturday. And what time is the party going to kick off?
Post time starts at 12:15, so it's an all-day party. Yeah, Coach Q loves the horses, too. He brought the Stanley Cup out there a couple of months ago. And Mike Ditka, a horse named Little Mike, won last year, and Big Mike bet on him. So Mike is going to be back for sure, I can tell you. Well, Howard, he needs the money.
Oh, yeah. Good luck. Now that he's just introduced the new sausages on the market, I'm sure he needs a great deal of it.
Yeah, so we're selling them out there.
Take care of yourself.
Right.
Good to see you.
Steve, thanks a lot. Hawk, always a pleasure.
Always, buddy.
Great to see you.
Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Okay.
Howard Sudbury. Good man. Talking about thoroughbreds, we got one at the plate right now. With a 3-1 count. And that's ball 4, so trouble a brewing. Soft single by Hunter off the end of the bat, and now the walk. And that'll bring up Prince.
This is the exact same way that last inning started up. And then Tuiasosopo grounded into a double play.
Prince, a little soft ground ball back up the middle. It split him for the infield single. And that's a souvenir left side.
Ramon Troncoso loosening up in the bullpen. You don't have to remind Robin that with Scherzer on the mound, you're likely not to get too many runs. Last thing he wants to do is fall behind by multiple runs early in this one.
Okay, all right, get over there, Hector.
I think Hector got over there late. I think had he sprinted to the bag, Alexei was ready to make the return throw to first base. But the most difficult double play to make is the 3-6-1 because of all the moving parts. And Santiago would have had to sprint to the bag and then locate it and keep your eye on Ramirez. So this part is pretty easy. You see Hector not quite getting there in enough time, and so Alexei decided not to throw it away. The double play still in order, and it leaves runners at the corners with an out.
So the Tigers catch a break. And it's not, as Steve mentioned, it's not like that's a surefire double play.
No, that's the toughest one there is to turn.
One thing about it, you know, Prince is going to be hauling it down that line.
I've never seen him do anything else.
That's it.
Martinez gone all of last year for these Tigers. It was a terrible blow because he was one of their best clutch hitters. Year before last, for a full season, he had 400 with runners in scoring position. So he gets the big hits when they really count.
Breaking ball strike. Yeah, he had 330 with 12 homers, but he knocked in 103 with just 12 home runs. So that'll tell you what kind of hitting he was doing.
Last 46 after a very slow start. You can imagine after missing a full season, you would start slowly. Last 46 games at 362. Yikes.
That one hangs high and away. Runners at the corners, one out. A run on 4 hits, no errors for their guys. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for our guys. Here in the top of the 3rd inning. Get foul. Get foul. It will. Thank you very much. Right size, wrong shape.
Wanted to keep that ball inside on Martinez, and he got it in a spot where Victor, trying to get the head of the bat out and not get jammed, hit it hard, but yanked it well foul.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Good pitch.
Tigers will go home after this long road trip, and they'll face the Kansas City Royals, the closest team to them, in a 5-game series, including a split doubleheader on Friday. They've got the Royals 11 more times, and if you missed it, the Royals acquired one of our leading antagonists, Jamie Carroll from Minnesota, as well as activating their fine catcher Salvatore Perez.
Time is called.
So Jamie Carroll's going to help, certainly wherever Ned Yost decides to put him, because he's a pretty scrappy hitter and gives you a good effort at third, at second, and occasionally you can use him for a few games at short.
And we got 7 more games with those guys, so you know he's going to play them against us.
There's no doubt.
He just wears our behind out. Count hangs at 2-2. In the scheme of things, in this ball game, this is a big man right here.
You just have to do whatever you can do to get him to hit the ball on the ground, because he doesn't run well.
It's coming hard right at him. He can get it elevated to the right spot.
Well, Martinez for a guy with decent but not great power. Doesn't strike out very much. 54 strikeouts in 447 at bats.
No, his home runs more or less come on mistakes or counts. He's a finesse type home run hitter.
And a contact hitter.
Yeah. He'll take some high straight changes out of here for you.
That was a good pitch. He threw it right in on the hands. Looked like a cutter. Something we haven't seen a whole lot of. But this is a protracted at bat as he fouls it back. Pretty good pitch. Martinez really battling. Able to stay alive. Runners at the corners. Only one out here in the third inning. Tigers ahead 1-0. They've out hit our Sox 4-1. It's been an errorless game to this point.
Hard high or slow low? Preferably hard high. It was slow outside and high. So a full count with Tuiasa Sopo, the on deck hitter. Long check in. Now accepts. And the payoff pitch. He gone. Got to come. There you go. Right at him, boy, Gordon. Right at him. Now just put it on him. There you go.
The best run down all year long from Fregley to Beckham and no throw.
That's the way you're supposed to do it, guys. And he gets out of it. Still 1-0 Tigers.
It's a strike him out, run him down double play. To Beckham coming in. Now he makes Torrey Hunter commit. And then he can't outrun him. And that's the key. Don't get rid of the baseball. Run right at the runner and force him to commit. And then if you can, don't make a throw. And that's exactly what Gordon did.
That was a thing of beauty. As here is Jordan. Takes a breaking ball high and wide. 1-0 Tigers here in the bottom of the third.
Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible.
John Waldron said, producer said that the best rundown play we've had the last 10. I was just thinking that might be the best rundown play we've had in the last 25 years.
It was just a terrific play.
Yeah. Change up, grabs a strike, and the count 2-1.
Well, you have to give the signal. Josh Fegley gave a signal to the infield as to where he was going with the throw if the runner broke. And it was to Gordon as Ramirez held his ground.
Stay fair. It won't. Dadgummit.
Jordan had a couple of hits last night and swung the bat very well. And just missed a two-base hit there.
Two-two pitch. Third strikeout. One out. Post-game traffic? No. Party at Bacardi at the Park? Yeah. Open after every home game at US Cellular Field. K5 Plaza. Bacardi at the Park. Well, grab your friends and give them a visit. Ask for Sil. Celios. Sil. Process. They'll take care of it. As we talk about, there's 6 ways to defend that play. Man on first and third, and when they're trying to steal a run on you. And that was picture perfection right there.
A lot of young
he
catchers
just threw the ball right to Gordon.
I was going to say a lot of young catchers especially will just want to fake that throw and then look to third. In the meantime, you got to get another out with runners at second and third.
Well, that's one option, but that's probably the least liked of the 6. The best option is just what they did. You make sure you know who's hitting, what the situation is, and with a count. Then he'll give the sign, and he'll either go throw it right to the second baseman who's coming in or right to the shortstop who's coming in. Josh, wrong guy. 2 down.
Well, the Tigers talk about the footwork of Iglesias, which is terrific, but they also talk about his very quick hand. When he gets to the ball and then doesn't spend a whole lot of time before it's on its way to first base. And make no mistake, they got him for defense, and he makes him a much better defensive team, especially in conjunction with the recently activated Omar Infante.
Now, that Dombrowski covered his behind with that move and covered it nicely. He also covered his behind with acquiring Torrey Hunter to help out, as that's on the fist, just ate him up. Little double clutch, but the gun gets him. And that'll do it. A 1-2-3 inning. We're into the 4th, trailing 1-0. here in the Tiger half of the fourth inning. In the second inning, with men on first and second, nobody out, Tuiasa Soko hit into a 6-4-3 double play.
After an uneventful first and two pretty tough innings for Santiago, who's now going over the 60 pitch mark with nobody out here in the fourth. So he would love to have a very easy inning with the bottom part of the order.
1-2 the count. A little note of comparison on starters last night and tonight. Chris Sale and Scherzer entered tonight's game tied with 158 innings pitched. Sale with a 2.73 ERA, Scherzer with a 2.84 ERA. And of course, Chris is 8-11, Scherzer 17-1. He gone.
Well, here's a stat that's almost remarkable. It involves Felix Hernandez. A couple of days ago, he threw 8 shutout innings against Milwaukee. Now, he won the Cy Young Award in 2010 despite not having a great record, but having a wonderful earned run average. This year he's 12-5 for a team that's not real good. The stat that is unbelievable, beside the fact that he leads the league with 2.28 ERA, he is 103-25 lifetime when he gets 2 runs or more of support. 103-25. So Seattle doesn't give him a whole lot of support.
That's amazing.
He's one of the great pitchers of our time, and probably doesn't get his just due because he just doesn't get much run support.
And that's hit by Zobrist. So Infante with an RBI single back in the second, coming with 2 out. He's 2 for 2 now. Well, anybody who plays for Seattle, including Junior. And Junior's, without question, the most publicized Mariner player of all time. But they're only getting partial media coverage.
It's after
the deadline. The facts, right? 3 hours. So you get a lot of. One of the great hitters of our last 25 years has been Edgar Martinez. And a lot of the general public, not the real hardcore baseball fans, don't even know who Edgar Martinez is. Yeah, Felix is something. He is a pitcher and has been since he came into this league as a youngster.
Lately, we've actually had pretty good luck against him. But he's probably not the guy you would most want to face if you had your choice of who you want to face if you had to win one game.
Not for the money. Right. Well, when we got him here, that's the worst stuff we've ever seen him have. 1 out, 1-0 the count. Pena hit a changeup in the hole left side for a base hit. There's another one. And that's out of play. How about this, which is unusual? The Twins' last 23 runs have all come via the home run. That's the longest such streak in Major League history. We're seeing all kinds of Major League records fall.
We saw a whole lot of it here.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yep.
That's in the right center field. We got a man there.
And fortunately, Garcia was able to get down. You know, when you haven't played together, it's a little more difficult. And Garcia has been playing a lot of center field where he's used to taking control. Well, the center fielder is the captain. Danks calls for it. And fortunately, Garcia was able to slide behind him.
Well, that's a detonator right there. That says it all. You just, hey, if you hear that center fielder, you get out of there. Two out. Iglesias drew a walk his first trip. Yeah, that's two big guys there, Jordan Danks and Garcia. You don't see that kind of collision.
I was liable to put both of them out. Infante 4 of 6 in the stolen base department, but he's just coming back from a leg injury where he spent a month on the shelf.
Drives the bunny.
Pretty good idea with the speed of Iglesias, and he's got plenty of speed.
You got the wrong guys trying to bunt, though, down at third baseline.
Yeah. Well, eventually, we will try to take advantage of the combination of Scherzer, who falls off the mound to the first base side, and a less than 100% Cabrera. I say that eventually. We will have to see. You got Beckham and Ramirez leading off the fourth inning. Both of them capable of putting a lot of pressure on Cabrera, especially if he has to bend over and make that throw from underneath. A lot of pitches early in this game, which means you're going to have to get into that bullpen a lot earlier than you'd like. Pitch number 75 coming up.
Well, there are a couple of hills he's got to climb yet to get to where his ability. Yes, he did. No, he didn't. Santiago's got the ability to be a 15, 16, 17 game one.
Look at it from the side, and it looked like he did check his swing to call the appeal to DJ Rayburn. I agree with you. His stuff is good enough.
Sure.
But he has to get to the point where he can shut a team down in a given inning. And I mean, shut him down when you don't quite have the stuff like he had in the first inning, the 1-2-3 first, which was easy for him. But he's had runners on in the succeeding 3 innings. Now he's pitched his way out of some trouble with the aid of some pretty good defense.
And that screwball popped up softly. And that'll retire the side. To the bottom of the fourth. We still need one to tie.
DET.com and click on the Game Zone banner for updated stats and information. The Game Zone is powered by St. Xavier University. Success with purpose. Log on to sxu.edu to check out undergrad and graduate degree options.
Beckham, Ramirez, and Dunn to face the 29-year-old Max Scherzer.
Now Cabrera backing up a couple steps at third.
Well, we only have one hit. That was by the leadoff hitter, and that was a little duck snort in the center field. I think a couple of our guys would think about laying it down. Down the third base way where you got a man who can't hardly move down there.
You also have a pitcher, especially when he throws a slider, that falls extremely off the mound to the first base side.
Well, best case scenario, you'd have, if you had 3 or 4 guys do it, you'd be successful 2 or 3 times, maybe all 4. Worst case scenario is you tire Scherzer out a little bit. Make him make a play. Here's the 2-2. Made a pretty good pitch right there, and good job by Gordon just to get a piece up, stay alive.
That's a slider. It's just off the plate.
That's his 5th pitch. If he uses that, he's got 5 of them that he can. I'm telling you, this guy's good, real good.
And he got hit awfully hard that time.
Rub a little dirt on it and go to first base.
Gordon hit for just the 3rd time. That fastball moving inside. Gordon might want to think about that lead elbow pad. As Scherzer hit just his 3rd man of the year. And now Hermy is running out there. That was right off the point of the elbow. But you can understand by looking at that why hitters pad up the lead elbow. All you have to do is look at Ramirez and his lead elbow, and you can see it wouldn't have the same kind of effect. That one probably is going to blow up on him. But Gordon, who was one of the tougher guys around, says don't worry about it. He is still hurting, however.
Leadoff man aboard. Cabrera has to play a little short.
He's playing real short right now.
Well, he'll back up. Even with the bag. Ball gets away. So a wild pitch moves him into second.
That's the 4th wild pitch of the year. As Scherzer steers one into the ground. And we told you, Pena has some problems with these. Now, to his defense, he was sitting inside, probably looking for that 2-seam fastball moving in on the hands of Ramirez. He had to cover the entire plate And Scherzer has got a pretty lively fastball, so he steered it into the dirt, and it's a wild pitch.
Well, you just brought up his 6th pitch.
He's got him, and he's now fallen to 2-0 against Ramirez. And you see the lead elbow pad that Alexi wears. So if he were to take one in the same spot that Gordon took one, he wouldn't feel much of it. You have Ramirez hitting the ball to the right side here. He's up 2-0 in the at-bat, or are you looking for something to drive for him?
I would love to see him try to drive him. The way he's been hitting, he can hit his ball to the right side. Well, you said it earlier. I mean, you're not talking about Jimmy Jones or Sammy Smith out there on the bump.
You got to if you get a shot at Max Scherzer,
that's it.
You got to take it.
You got to try to get this thing tied up if you're trailing 1-0 like we are as soon as possible.
With a runner at second, nobody out. Sox hitters will score 66% of the time. The Tigers pitchers will allow a run scored 70% of the time. Both above league average. So this should be a good situation. Wasn't trying to hit that ball to the right side. He was thinking about hitting it out of the park.
Got a job to do, Alexi. Come on. You took your one shot. Good eye. Now he goes back to the catbird seat. And that's ball 4. So the hit by pitch, the walk. That's the first walk issued by Scherzer. And here comes Adam, who struck out his first trip.
Jeff Jones coming out. He wants a word with Scherzer.
While he's out there, reminder Sox fans, on Friday, August 23rd, be sure to stay for an Elvis-themed post-game fireworks display presented by St. Xavier University. St. Xavier, success with purpose. That's sxu.edu. St. Xavier University.
A situation with 2 out and nobody out means they can't play the same defensive alignment they would normally play against Alan Dye. That being said, there's still plenty of room on the left side. Get Cabrera well off the line at third. Iglesias playing up the middle, but still not even close to the first base side of second.
Good reel. He made a good pass at it, unfortunately, just underneath it. That fastball at 95.
And he got his pitch middle away, about thigh high. And hopefully that's not the best one he sees in the at-bat.
Another gift to Scherzer. Well, that's a big call there. Big difference in 0-2 and 1-1.
With the movement on the ball, it took it out of the zone. I mean, it was close. That's what it was. It was close.
Well, Scherzer made a mistake right there and got away with it.
He didn't want that ball middle in thigh high, and that's exactly where he got it, even at 97. Adam can catch up with it. You see where Pena wants it. He doesn't get it there, and it was indeed a mistake.
Yeah, once again, the 0-2. Way off.
Well, Scherzer knows he's gotten a couple of pitches wide tonight, and why not go back out there? Especially 0-2. But what he hasn't thrown yet in this at bat, and it's all been the same level, it's all been around thigh high with all 4 pitches. He has not thrown the straight change yet. There it is. But he misses.
Well, he went to the bank once before with that 97.
Well, Adam gets up to 97 if he can get in the spot he wants. Change up. He got him.
So a big out.
Third strikeout for Scherzer as he goes to his second best pitch, and that's a straight change. Good late movement.
So here's Paulie. Paulie had a 3-1 count. Scherzer made a good pitch with it. Fastball on the outside corner. Paulie hit it hard, but right to Torrey Hunter in right field.
You're Gordon Beckham on your secondary lead here because they're not paying much attention to him at second. You're looking for one of those sliders that he forces in the dirt. And if you have good anticipation and it rolls anywhere away from Pena, you've got to be taking off. Well, he's had some pretty good numbers career-wise against the Tigers.
Scherzer has made 2 pitches that Paulie's not going to hit for a home run, but he has an 0-2 count.
He's talking with Mike Winters, and I'm pretty sure he's talking about a pitch last at bat in conjunction with the pitch he just felt he had to swing at in this at bat.
That one at 97. One 1-0 Tigers here in the bottom of the 4th if you're just tuning in. Gap out there in left center. That pitch is down low.
He was trying to throw a backdoor slider. Trying to throw it right at Paulie's hip and break it over the inside corner. Didn't get it there.
One out, 2-1. And they're just taking a whole bunch of time.
Well, it's not easy to see as far as the signs are concerned, and I think Pena is going to some outside taps to set up what he wants Scherzer to throw. He's taking a look at Paulie's feet to see if he's lining up maybe a little closer to the plate. And there's the outside taps before he goes into his side.
Change up.
And it was a good one. He just fooled them. That ball had the whole plate. Pitch tracks will show you a devastating straight change.
So it's up to Garcia, who popped up to Iglesias at short.
He can make a whole lot of friends at his brand new ball club with a base hit here.
Big hack. That one at 95. See where Pena sets up. That's going away. That one at 96.
Yeah, he's just reaching back and throwing fastballs by Garcia.
The majority of time, the first thing that teams want to see, especially with big, strong rookies and big, strong right-handed rookies, is can they hit the fastball middle in. He hits that one. Slicing, yes! Got into the corner. Here comes Beckham. Here comes Alexei. Garcia on his way to third. He will get there. Sox lead it 2-1. Yes!
And there he goes.
Gets away. Lead it 3-1. Yes!
Scherzer made a huge mistake. He had worked him inside the entire at-bat, and then he got one low and away. And Garcia drills it into the corner away from Hunter. It's going to be a triple. It's going to drive in runs 11 and 12. And the ball gets away, and it's a 2-run Sox lead. Watch the location. Abisail just reaches out, takes it down the line, and then it's off to the races for the big man.
A huge mistake.
Huge mistake is right.
Clevenger can't get it.
That ball is out away, slicing away from Hunter. The big break was that it stayed in the field of play, because as Hunter digs it out, he bobbles it, and then the ball gets away in the infield. Goes E5 as Cabrera, instead of doing whatever he can to block it, lift it up. Well, they're changing it to E4 on the bad throw. And there's the newest member of the Sox. And a big, big hit here in the fourth.
Ate him up right there.
I'm not exactly sure why the throw came into third anyway. What Infante has to do is just run it back into the infield. I mean, if he runs it back, Garcia's got to stay at third base by that little flip. He sets up another run, and that could be a huge run.
That's a mental mistake right there by the guy who very seldom will make a mental mistake. Good take. 2 out, full count. Three runs on just 2 hits. The hit by pitch and the walk have scored on that triple by Garcia. And that's popped up. Torrey Hunter is there, makes the catch. And that'll retire the side, but a crooked number goes up on that board. We'll go to the 5th, leading 3-1. Austin Jackson leads off here in the top of the 5th inning. Our guys lead it 3-1.
Pretty important for Hector Santiago now that his teammates have gotten him the lead to come back with a shutdown inning, but it's going to be tough starting at the top and going through some pretty tough hitters.
1-1 to count. Jackson is lined hard to center field, and he is struck out.
Here's the hero so far, Avisail Garcia.
Breaking ball, chops a foul.
There's some great stories in the National League. Pittsburgh leading St. Louis tonight, leading him by 3. Atlanta running away with it in the East. But the Dodgers, a huge story in the West. They won 6 games in a row. They lead by 7.5 over Arizona. And they've got to face Matt Harvey tonight.
They get their work cut out for him.
Well, he is some pitcher. And he's on an unbelievable run. Harvey, .91 ERA, 31 strikeouts, 1 walk since the All-Star break.
That ball hit deep in center field, but right in front of Picardi at the park. Still process. Place. 1 down. Sox fans, get closer to the action next time you're here at USA Field. You can upgrade your seats directly from your mobile device through MLB's At the Ballpark app, available as a free download for iPhone and Android. Upgrading your seats is fast, simple, and fun. All you do is hit the upgrade button when you get to the ballpark and enjoy the game from the comfort of your new seats. Here's Torrey. Yeah, Garcia. A lot of guys are going to pull up at second on that ball.
He's got some big speed. You've got to pitch to Torrey Hunter here. Even if he hits one 8 miles, you can't put him on ahead of Cabrera.
There's breaking ball, number 2-0 for a strike.
Major league career, he's a combination of power and speed.
And defense.
Well, that's been ever present. He was just a wonderful center fielder for most of his career before shifting to left and now right field.
Well, he really changed the way center field was played. And a full count in this game, and I mean it's just the way it is, the way it was. He keeps playing very deep. And every time we saw a highlight reel, we saw him going up over a fence. As there's the guy you didn't want to walk in front of the guy coming up. So that's his 4th walk.
Well, he also played on a trampoline in the Metrodome. That made things a little tough.
So here's Cabrera. He has homered in his last 4 games. The franchise record for Detroit is 5 consecutive games. Ooh, and there was one he liked.
He got one right down the middle. It was exactly where you would have ordered it up. Begley wants it inside, but Hector doesn't get it there, and he gets away with one. He's grounded into 15 double plays this year. As Ramon Troncoso starts up once again in the pen.
Takes it right there. Wheelhouse.
He had to be looking breaking ball.
He will. To me, he's the smartest hitter in the American League. And he'll sit on pitches.
You can't take 92 thigh high middle in and not be thinking something else.
Hard high or slow low. There was a hard high at 94.
Went and grabbed a couple of extra miles an hour on that high fastball. AL rankings, they're just staggering for the MVP and Triple Crown winner last year. There is no way DJ Rayburn's going to call him out. He didn't swing, but he would have had to almost gone fully around. Good idea. It was off the plate.
Big gap out there in left center. Just a decent lead by Torrey, and the 2-2 pitch. There's that screwball. And even though it was up and out, Cabrera a little upset with himself. He didn't hammer that one.
Hector pretty much staying away. He's made a couple of pitches middle in. I don't think he wanted to make them there, but he got away with it.
Full count.
Right here, I'd love to see him throw one right in on his hands with his best fastball. Don't allow him to pull his hands in. Let's see what Josh Phegley wants.
He was all over that one.
And he threw him a screwball. Middle out. Torrey Hunter running on the pitch. Looking down at Tom Brookins, the third base coach. Rafael Belliard, the first base coach.
Now in at 94.
Tried to throw that one by him, up and in. Couldn't quite get it by him.
Now too much time. There's nothing wrong with playing games with Miguel Cabrera.
No, this will be the biggest pitch of the ball game to date, so he wants to make sure that he and Phegley are thinking along the same lines.
Oh, look at this. Boy, that ball was absolutely tattooed. And a great job by Alexei just to make a play on it.
Well, he probably is a little unhappy that he didn't turn a double play, but in the meantime, he knew that he had all kinds of time after he knocked it down to get the play at first. You can hardly hit the ball any harder than that, and as it scoots away, there's no play at second with Torrey Hunter running. So he moves to second base, but you dodge the big man to face another big man.
That ball was hit just about as hard as it could be hit by anybody.
Good quick hands on the part of Ramirez. And hopefully we'll be able to look back at that particular play and say it was a game saver. But there's a lot of work between then and now.
Here's Prince. Had an infield single and scored the only Tiger run. The infield single came leading off the second inning. He also was hit into a 3-6 fielder's choice. Takes first pitch strike. Prince has had pretty good luck against Hector. 5 for 11. Gordon's got him. Terrific play by Alexei Ramirez. We're halfway home, leading 3-1. Sponsored by Jeff Vukovich, your local nationwide insurance agent serving the area for over 34 years. So to join the nation, visit jeffvuk.com because Nationwide is on your side.
Jordan Dinks has been swinging the bat pretty well for a guy hitting under 200.
Starts him off with a changeup. Jordan struck out on a fastball his first trip. And there is a base hit.
He just beat a board. He just missed a double the first time out.
Yeah.
And one of the things that Robin has done with Josh Fegley to stop him from trying to pull everything is use a hit and run with him. So Jordan Dinks gets a fastball away, hooks it into right field. And now we have a situation where you have good speed aboard and a man that can hit the ball to right field if he's thinking about doing it. It's Matt Lindstrom loosening up. Hector Santiago with 99 pitches through 5.
Rack him up.
That was a terrific place to hit the ball if the hit and run was on.
So leadoff man aboard, and quickly there, 2 out. Sox fans, join us on Friday, September 27th at 7:10 as our Sox take on the Royals. Also enjoy Hispanic Heritage Night and postgame fireworks presented by Miller Lite. So for tickets, call 866-SOX-GAME or visit whitesox.com. Here's Diaza. 1 for 2. Fakes the bunt, takes the ball. And we had something else happen tonight. It hadn't happened since 1916. Bottom of the 8th in St. Pete. Seattle leading Tampa Bay 5-4. Now Brad Miller is the leadoff man for Seattle. Ben Zobrist led off the ball game for the Rays. And this marks only the 3rd time since 1916 that 2 leadoff hitters have homered twice in the same game.
That's pretty unusual, obviously.
2-1 to count.
And Tampa Bay in a battle. They're losing to Seattle 5-4 in the bottom of the 8th. They find themselves 3 games in back of Boston in 2nd in the AL East. Kansas City in a great matchup. Chen against Fernandez. There is no score in the top of the 8th. You look at the AL East standings. Baltimore hanging right there. The Orioles come into play tonight just 2 games out of the wild card. And the teams they're chasing, Oakland and Tampa Bay.
And that 3-2 pitch is chopped foul.
You think Baltimore has enough thunder in that lineup and enough pitching to be able to secure a wild card spot?
Yes, I do. Hardy, Machado on the left side. Ryan Roberts the big key for that ball.
Adam Jones.
Adam Jones is Adam Jones. He's gotten himself into that category.
And look at Chris Davis.
As there's a foul ball. But to me, the key is Ryan Roberts. If he can stay healthy, they've got an excellent shot at it. Adam Jones has moved into another category. They're real good behind the plate with Wieters. There's ball 4. So just a second walk issued by Scherzer. Good at bat right there by Diaz, and that'll bring up Beckham, who started off that 3-run fourth, getting hit right in the elbow.
Well, Max Scherzer has not made a good move to first base all night long. And so you'd have to figure with Diaz at first, looking for stolen base number 14, Max would break out his best.
He's got a good one. Well, with Alejandro, it's been the rock and the hard place a little bit with first base coach Daryl Boston, because he's been picked off a lot. Daryl, has been telling him, hey, this guy's got a good move. This guy's got a good move. So you're going to take a little bit of his aggressiveness away, but that's okay rather than getting picked off. Good rip by Beckham.
Got a good pitch to hit. About thigh high, middle out. Alejandro's been caught 6 times.
Another good pass at it by Gordon. On a good pitch from Scherzer. Two out, 1-2 the count. Finale tomorrow afternoon. It'll be Johnny Danks against Rick Porcello. So make your plans to be with us here at the ballpark if you can. It'll be over Comcast Sportsnet. Well, he got a hanger right there and pops it up. So we have completed 5 and we lead it 3-1. Sports on the U. Tail of the tape.
Victor Martinez leading it off. You'd rather face him from the right side. And with Lindstrom throwing in the pen and the right-handers coming up until Pena, the switch hitter, you would have to think that after Martinez, That might be it, as he's knocking at the door of the century mark with the next pitch.
And that 100th pitch was a strike.
Martinez was involved in one of the best plays of the night, and we said at the time it could turn out to be one of the game savers. In the third inning, 3-2 count, he strikes out. Fegley to Beckham and runs right at Torrey Hunter, making him commit. But his days of faking out Gordon Beckham are by the boards.
Get down. Get down. Get well off the top of the wall. So that'd just be a single.
One of the hardest singles you'll ever see in this park. Right off the Comcast Sportsnet banner. And here comes Robin, and as we speculated, he was on to face Martinez, and I think regardless of the resolution of the at-bat, he was going to leave this ball game. He'll get a nice hand from the crowd as Matt Lindstrom will come into the game. Hector Santiago will depart. He's got the lead, but Martinez on with nobody out here in the 6th inning. And we'll step out and be back after these messages. He leads the team in appearances. There you look at the rest of the numbers. Bone is hitting .274. That's a pretty high number. And he inherits Victor Martinez at first. And he's going to face Andy Dirks, who comes on to pinch hit for Matt Tuiasosopo. And you're looking at the platoon system they use in left field. So Dirks 2 for 9 as a pinch hitter this year, hitting .245 overall with 7 home runs and 26 driven in.
On the season, hitting at .245 with 7. Nice little platoon system they got out there in left field.
They're getting a lot of production overall.
Yeah. They got 14 homers. 54 RBIs. Out of what you would have to consider to be a soft spot for him. Breaking ball down and in.
Tried to throw the same pitch as he threw last time, only that one too much out of the zone. Dirks will strike out 65 times in 323 at bats. The left-handed counterpart in a platoon system will play approximately 70% of the time. Appeal, and Mark Wegner says no.
Two and two the count. Take him right here. You don't want to go full. That ball laced into left field, fighting the lights, stays with it. This is Gazza.
What can you do when that ball doesn't get above the lights?
Nothing.
You mean you just have to
I'll tell you,
your body, or?
I'll tell you, every outfielder will tell you there have been times when they've caught the ball when they were the most surprised person in the ballpark.
So they just put up the glove where they think the ball's going to be.
Exactly
and
right.
hope it sticks.
Exactly right. Not a thing. If you get the right angle, there's nothing you can do because you can't get an angle on it. Omar Infante 2 for 2 with an RBI. He is 1 for 4 against Lensman. Yeah, there are outfielders that sometimes you never have a chance to make a play on. Yes, he did. So he's on top of him 1 and 2.
It was a real good hard slider, and it looked like a strike until the last instant and then dipped out of the zone.
Well, you know, Matt has not been having any trouble getting ahead of the hitters. He's been having trouble putting them away.
And it's a whole lot of use. I mean, he's getting very close to the 60 mark in appearances. And we're in the second week of August.
Look at this. You're talking about the second duck snort for Infante. Made a terrific pitch on him, ate him up inside, and he just duck snorts it out there.
That ball was 3 or 4 inches inside, and Infante, just in protection mode, able to just get enough of it to ease it over the head of Gordon Beckham. Now Pena will turn around and hit from the left side. The switch hitter, much better hitter left-handed, hitting .337 as opposed to .256 as a right-hand hitter.
Takes first pitch strike. Jose Iglesias on deck. Yanks that one foul for an 0-2 count. He's been ahead of all 4 hitters he has faced. Tops that breaking ball foul.
Just barely able to stay alive, hitting the top of the baseball on a good hard slider low and in.
And if you're just tuning in, Atlanta continues to roll. They beat the Phillies 3-1. Atlanta now 73 and 47.
Kimbrel with save number 37.
Well, if we'd have won some games, our guy had a chance to be there.
That's true. but it's tough to save them when you're not ahead.
Very tough.
Nobody's been able to figure out how to do that yet. Edison's been good this year. Save situations, been very good. His ERA is due to non-save situations.
Yeah. Which is not unusual for closers. Make a good throw. Return. And he throws it away. So a run scores and it's a 3-2 ball game.
A good throw gets him. But unfortunately, it was not a good throw. Paulie does make a good throw. Lindstrom got there in plenty of time. And it looked like the fact that Infante went in standing up might have altered the course of the throw.
Well, if he did.
When you do that and the guy comes standing up, you got to put one right in the middle of his forehead.
No question about it.
And they won't come in standing up again.
No question about it.
Watch Infante standing up and watch what happens.
If he's going to do that, you got to take him out.
Well, Lindstrom was at the bag and the throw was nowhere near.
Iglesias takes ball 1. Yeah, so there's a play right there. You get you want to go in and do it like that, you're going to pay the price. Take guys like Bobby Grich or Davey Johnson. They will activate your dental plan.
Yeah. Meantime, 3 straight bad ones to Iglesias. Then you got to deal with Austin Jackson in the on-deck circle if you don't get Iglesias.
So here comes Coop. So another unearned run. It's amazing how guys have been able to pitch as well that they have pitched this year with the defense that they've received.
Well, it would have been a 3-1 ball game and turn it over to the offense. Now Lindstrom struggling to get out of the inning with the lead.
And here's a situation right here that we talk about scoring. Got a chance. Now that is an unearned run. But the ones that would score right now, so let's say they scored these 2. Those would be earned runs because you can't assume a double play.
Right. It's true. A scoring oddity.
Yeah. Last year we allowed 30 unearned runs all year. We've already allowed 54 this year.
So you're pitching to a man in Jackson who's a pretty good hitter. That being said, he's driven in 28 runs. The man in the on-deck circle, Torrey Hunter, has driven in 60.
Watch out. Nice pick by Paulie. Nice play by Keppinger, too. You get to Speedy Jackson. They pick up an unearned run, and we'll go to the bottom of 6. It is a 3-2 White Sox lead. Dealers for the support of local youth baseball leagues. Local Chevy dealers are supporting over 30,000 young ball players in their communities through the Chevy Youth Baseball Program. Since 2010, Chevy dealers have been providing numerous leagues with equipment kits, instructional clinics, and much needed financial support. So from the big leagues to the youth leagues, Chevy is truly the official vehicle of baseball. Three, 3-1 for us, 2-7-1 for them. It'll be Ramirez, Dunn, Konerko to face Max Scherzer. There's the bullet. A good way to start it. The Redeemer.
And not a real good throw by Jackson. Fortunately for him, Max Scherzer doing what pitchers should do. You have no responsibility on the play. So regardless of who's the cutoff man or where you think they line up, what you have to do is get in line with the throw. And he was able to make sure that it didn't get away as you look at Andy Dirks, who stays in the game in left field.
Here's Adam. 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Starts him off with a changeup. Scherzer, who's been given some phenomenal offensive support this year.
Just under 7.5 runs per game. Over 7.5 runs per game, and timeout called, so the umps in the stands want to balk. But Mike Winters had already called timeout, recognizing Adam Dunn, who had requested it.
Yeah, 7.67 runs per game.
That's good.
That's the most I've heard in a long time.
That'll get you a few wins.
Yeah, it will. I mean, that's certainly not to take anything away from it at all. But it does make it a little easier.
Jeremy Bonderman and Phil Cope loosing in the pen. There was a time when a situation like this, expecting a waste pitch would be a great time to run. then managers started calling 0-2 pitch outs, and the running at 0-2 kind of slackened.
So Max with a 7.67 runs per game. Our Chris Sale been getting 2.73.
That's how you go 8-11 with one of the league's best whips, one of the league's best just about everything. Strikeout to walk ratio.
And that's outside. Jeremy Bonderman. There's a blast from the past wearing a Tiger uniform.
He's resurrected his career.
Good for him. Six strikeouts now. So one out, and that'll bring up Konerko, and time is running out. Get your tickets now to win a 2013 Smart Pure Coupe. White Sox Smart Pure Coupe. Tickets are available at US Cellular Field and in WhiteSoxCharities.org until August 30th. That's a pretty little vehicle. One will be presented with their new car in a special on-field ceremony prior to a September game. White Sox Charities would like to thank Mercedes-Benz of Orland Park, featuring the Smart car, for their generous donation. Paulie checks it up, takes ball one. Pretty good lead by Alexei. Scherzer still has not given his number 1. Big league move to first base tonight. Another good checkup by Paulie. 2-0. Bottom of the ninth in Kansas City, no score. They host Miami. Steve, who you think is going to be the number 1 pick in the nation in the draft?
Well, I wish I could tell you. Right now it's really up in the air. I know who's going to get it. The Houstons again for the second year in a row. I know who a whole lot of teams are going to go after. And it won't be Houston, and that's Jose Dariel Abreu, the Cuban defector.
Hey, look at this. Another walk.
Abreu is supposed to be the greatest hitter to ever come out of Cuba. In his last full season playing in the Cuban League, their major league, in 66 games, he had 33 home runs, hit 439, and drove in 93 runs. And right now, he's either in Haiti or Dominican, waiting to come on the open market. They say the bidding could go anywhere from $50 to $80 million. They call him better than Cespedes, better than Puig, better than any hitter to ever come out of Cuba. He's 26 years old.
Here's Garcia. Garcia is 1 for 2 and a big hit.
Scherzer has made 156 starts in his career, and never, not once, has he completed a game. So odds are they will be going to the pen in this one.
Good take right there. Nice take.
It's coming into 4th inning. And he got a fastball away and sliced it away from Torrey Hunter, and the break was that it stayed in the park. 2-run score. Garcia goes to third, and then Infante makes a huge mistake. Instead of running it in, he throws it, picks up E4, and that's the difference in the ballgame.
And that is inside. That was pitch number 101. 2-1 to count. That's quite a statement. The best hitter to ever come out of Cuba.
That's what everybody who's seen him said.
Another close pitch goes Scherzer's way.
Now, that being said, I'm sure they're talking about the modern Cuban players, not guys like Tony Oliva and some of the others as you go way back. But this guy is supposed to be something special.
Two on, one out, 2-2 the count. Picked. I can't turn it. But I think McGill
Looked like
he
a
caught
double
it.
play. To me, it looks like a double play. I think he caught it in the air.
That's what he's saying.
So the question is going to be now, with Mark Wegner behind Cabrera, did anybody have a better look at it?
Everybody out there did.
Let's see what happens. Right now, with Garcia beating the play at first and Alexi going to third, watch it again. Nope, he trapped it. That ball hit the ground.
Good call. Good call. So now 2 out runners at the corners. And here's Kevin, who has struck out and popped up to right.
Pena giving the signs to the infield on what he's going to do if Garcia takes off and tries to steal second.
Throw it away.
That's what you're looking for right there. That ball was well wide of the plate, and Pena was able to reach across and make sure it wasn't the second wild pitch of the night.
And that's popped up. So we threatened, can't do anything with it. We're going to the 7th, leading 3-2. for us. Hunter, Cabrera, Fielder, Martinez. That's a good way to start. Going right at him, pound that strike zone. Torrey 1 for 2, grounder to second, a single. Then a walk.
Drew Smiley throwing in the bullpen. So it looks like that will most likely be it for Scherzer.
There's a strike and the count 1-2. So he jumps on top of Hunter.
Baltimore has taken a 3-0 lead over Arizona in the top of the 5th, and Chris Davis has hit his 44th home run. He's now driven in 112.
That one at 95. Souvenir right side. Well,
he's
big
something.
guy is, well, you know, we talked about him. That short, quick swing of his, even though it's an uppercut. That same plane that he uses could not be used if his swing were 6 inches longer. And that's popped up. Big out. Sox fans, every home game, the first 25,000 fans will receive a game card containing a promotional code worth an additional 5% discount on your home electricity rate from Constellation and Exelon Company. So WhiteSox.com or 866-SOX-GAME. Here's Cabrera. 0 for 2 with a walk tonight. As we mentioned, he's homered in his last 4 games. He homered in all 3 of those games in New York and got one last night. Breaking ball strike.
That was a good fastball at 96, and he kept it right on the outside corner.
He gone. 2 down.
That's probably the worst swing that we've seen him take in the entire season series between these two teams. And that was an exploding slider. Bottom just dropped out. Fegley does a nice job. Cabrera's not going to outrun this one. And that's going to be it for Matt Lindstrom. So he's going to depart.
He has some electric stuff tonight.
He did that. Donnie Veal comes in. We'll step out and be back after these messages with 2 out and nobody on. Steele's ERA 6.88, on for the 31st time. Owen is hitting 284, but the big problem has been the walks. And he can ill afford to do that with the big man up. And Victor Martinez in the on-deck circle.
Prince is 0 for 6 against Donnie Veal. Down in front and hooks it foul. Prince tonight 1 for 3, little infield single and a run scored.
It's a good first pitch because he threw a fastball. It was up and in. It was probably off the plate. And the big guy's probably looking for a curveball.
Another fastball hit him on the fist, pops it up, backs. He got a play, does. Beautiful. Backed him up, doubled him up with a fastball. 7th inning stretch, we lead at 3-2.
The night is over for Max Scherzer, who will not win number 18. He stands to lose number 2 as Drew Smiley comes into the game. Smiley at 4-0. The ERA is spectacular. 1.98 on for the 45th time. Giving up just 2 home runs in 63 and 2/3 innings. He's fanned 67, walked just 14, and he'll face the bottom part of the order. So Scherzer goes 6, gives up 3 runs on 4 hits. 1 of the runs unearned. Walks 3, fanned 6.
Well, the only inning he had any problems, he hit Gordon to lead it off, then he walked Alexei. A couple of strikeouts to Dunn and Konerko. And really one of the bad pitches that he made gave Garcia a chance to hurt him with that pitch away.
Yeah, he had tied him up inside.
Yeah.
And then went away. And Garcia smoked it down the line. And Abasail hit it hard the next time up. But unfortunately, he hit it right at Cabrera at third.
But as you mentioned, only 2 earned runs. That was a mental mistake by Infante, letting the 3rd run score. And that was Garcia who had tripled. Jordan high into left field. I'll tell you, Scherzer is fun to watch pitch.
He's got such good stuff each and every time out. And then you factor in one of the best straight changes in all of baseball. With the movement he gets on everything. And you take a guy that year after year, he's in the top 2 or 3 in average velocity in the major league. So there's no weaknesses to that.
No, last year we said during the season he was the best pitcher on that staff. And our hitters Our hitters said it too. And then you factor in this season, and he's got to be one of the best right-handers I've seen in this league in the last 25 years.
Well, he's certainly shown some signs.
But Fegley with a base hit, so Josh now 1 for 3.
And I say that Scherzer has shown some signs because he was a #1 draft pick by the Arizona Diamondbacks. Came over to Detroit. His first year in 2010, he went 12-11. Then he went 15-9 in 2011. Last year, he went 16-7. And so every year as a Tiger, he's gotten better and better and better. And this year, just an enchanted year for him. Everything has gone right. And with that stuff and that offense he's had, well, it's 17-1 so far.
And here's Diaz. He's 1 for 2 with a leadoff soft single. Bottom of the first. He also walked in the 5th. He's 1 for 2. Yeah, that changeup just sets everything up for Scherzer. To right-handers and left-handers.
Nate Jones starting to get ready. Well, if you're going to sit there and wait on a pitch and try to guess with him, he's got too many pitches for you to guess. He throws too hard for you to look for anything but the fastball. And the slider and the changeup make it impossible to hit if you're geared up for the fastball.
Well, you can't eliminate on him.
No, that's a problem.
If you count the two-seamer, which you got to. I mean, that's a lot different than four-seamer. You got 6 pitches. You can get them all over.
So what do you think you have to do? You have to eliminate a side as opposed to eliminate a pitch?
I would just, as I said, against him, because he's so good, I'm going to stand right on top of the plate. I mean, right on top. I'm going to make him look in there twice. Because that'd be the only chance I had. I got to get him trying to think.
Take
now,
away.
if he gets 3, take away the curveball. But if he gets 3 sliders or 3 breaking balls over, I just grab some bench. Nothing else I can do.
That's going to happen regardless of where you sit up. I mean, you could set up inside, outside, front of the box, back of the box. 3 of his good sliders, you got a problem.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, right-hand hitter's got a crowded plate on him. I mean, stand right on top of it. And not many guys are going to do that, so he doesn't have to worry about it.
Cleveland trying to keep pace with things. Defeated Minnesota 5-2.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Rack 'em up. Win to the 8th, leading by 1.
Tigers have out-hit our Sox 7-5. Air is tied at 1. Eliseo Garcia with a 2-run triple in the fourth. He later scored on an error. Alexei Ramirez extends his hitting streak to 10 games, and Max Scherzer is a pitcher of record on the downside. He went 6 innings, gave up 3 runs, 2 of them earned. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers as reliable as the cars themselves. So Nate Jones comes into the game, and it is a game of numbers. There you look at the numbers on Nate Jones, but here are the facts. You got 1 mistake. You got 6 outs to get. You can make 1 mistake. You can face 7 hitters. If you get to the 8th hitter, it's Miguel Cabrera.
So here is Victor. A walk, a strikeout, and a single and a run scored. Takes ball 1. First time he's faced Nate Jones from 60 feet away.
From the left side, a .292 hitter. 9 of his 10 home runs have come as a left-hander, and 48 of his 66 runs batted in as a lefty.
Upper Tank Souvenir. Huge gap out there in right center field. Garcia deep and right, straight away. That one at 99, and the count 2-1. Three and 1. No walks. Dirk's on deck. And Seattle defeated Tampa Bay 5-4 in St. Pete. So the dreaded leadoff walk. And here's Dirks.
Representing the tying run, let's see if Jim Leyland pinch runs, and the answer is yes.
Don Kelly. Dirks lined out hard in the 6th inning, pinch hitting for Tuiasosopo. And he takes ball 1.
Dirks has good speed. Hard man to double. And Josh Fegley goes out trying to get Nate to concentrate and not overthrow.
11 innings in Toronto. Boston wins that game 4-2. Houston shutting out Oakland 4-0 at the Coliseum. Bartolo Colon. That's in the bottom of the 3rd. And the count 2-0.
Jeremy Bonderman and Jose Veras. Veras acquired from the Houston Astros.
So you know the count. There's one.
Infield about halfway. They're looking for 2.
And Dirks is looking for number 1.
Oh, he's going to see a fastball.
One pitch. Nope.
Kelly just 2 out of 2 in the stolen base department. The Tigers have swiped just 30 bags all year.
High pop up. And he stays with it for a big out and a big comeback in that count. Nate.
That ball started to drift on Keppinger, and he was able to stay with it. It's not graceful, but it proves to be effective.
So here's Infante. He's 3 for 3 tonight, and 2 of them you could have caught with a pair of tweezers.
He's a real good handler of the bat, and he doesn't strike out. So this is a good hit and run situation.
Ball gets by him in the center field. So 1 out, runners at the corners.
It goes as E6, the second error. It looked like it's going to be 2. He puts the glove down, hits the top of the glove, and bounds away.
So here's Pena. He's 1 for 3 with an RBI. That was a gift RBI on an arrow. Would have been a 3-6-1 inning-ending double play.
Josh has really got to be on his toes behind the plate. Nate has 8 wild pitches this year. And Pena's problem is with the slider down and in. He hung that one.
He got that one up and away. A spinner, a roller.
Fortunately, it stayed up too high.
0-2 the count. Tie ball game. So the leadoff walk, what new comes around the score?
It's another slider, but he doesn't get it down and in. It's another hanger. Probably afraid to put it in the dirt. Gordon can't get to it. Tied up at 3 with runners at first and second, and not out of a jam yet. And Keppinger cannot play deep at third because Iglesias can lay it down, and he's got great speed.
That'll do it, but they tie it up as a leadoff walk. Comes around, and we are tied at 3.
by 97.5 FM ESPN Deportes, Chicago's first and only FM Spanish language sports radio station. So Jose Veras comes into the game, into the tie game as we head into the bottom of the 8th inning. Veras for the Tigers, 0-1, but an ERA of 1.29. Overall, 0-5, still with a fine ERA of 2.70. He was a closer with Houston. He was his setup man here in Detroit.
So a 3-3 tie with 2 of those runs of theirs unearned. What new? And here's Gordon. Veras got a good curveball in the air. He drops one over for a strike. Gordon has faced him 5 times, has a couple of hits. That fastball up high. 1-1 to count. Marlins defeated Kansas City 1-0. Ten innings. 2-1 to count.
That is a big loss at home for Kansas City. Bruce Chen went to the mound, threw a gem. But Fernandez went to the mound in opposition to him, and he threw a gem.
Three and one. Don't help him out. Yeah, both those guys went 7 innings, giving up just 3 hits.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. Foul right back underneath us.
He got away with one right down the middle. He fell behind and had to come at him with a fastball. And Gordon just fouled it straight back, meaning he was right on it, just under it.
And that's a can of corn. And a reminder, MLB celebrates 11 years of catching stunning baseball in high definition quality. MLB.tv Premium includes a free subscription to At Bat 13. So visit MLB to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. Boy, those 55 now earning runs they've given up this year. A ton of them come in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. First pitch strike.
First time we saw Veras in this league, he threw a curveball to Ramirez that chased him out of the box, and it broke over the middle of the plate.
There's a breaking ball hammered in the hole.
There's a go-ahead run. And this curveball didn't break quite as sharply. So having seen it already in Detroit, Lexi stays right with it, drives it into left field. And the one thing we have yet to do against Brian Pena is try to steal a base.
Well, there's one other thing that we haven't done. That
no sense putting the pressure on Miguel.
Hard for him to move around. Yeah, we have not tried one button down there.
Well, Adam is the happiest man in the ballpark to see Scherzer out of the game. 3 times he went down swinging. 25 of 32 in the stolen base department for Alexei.
Scherzer now 181 strikeouts and 164 innings.
Not too surprising.
No, not at all. Three and 0 the count. Don't help him out.
Addison Reed throwing. Certainly in case the boys can push one across. I don't know why I'm asking, but I will. You give him a 3-0 green light?
No. He's got it, but I wouldn't do it. Not here. I'd make him throw a strike, and he's got to throw 2 more. High pop up. And 1 out. But check that. 2 out. 2 out. 2 down.
Veras has not shown a slide step yet. Let's see if Robin decides to run with Alexei. But it's a gamble on the first pitch because that's the easiest pitch to call a pitch out. Especially if you have confidence in your pitcher's control.
And the reason I wouldn't have in that situation with even with 1 out, Alexei on first, is that Adams has some pretty good pitches to hit tonight. And it just hadn't been his night.
Hasn't.
He's fouling them away. Paulie 0 for 2 with a walk. There he goes. Play is the first, plenty of time. And we're into the 9th, tied at 3. Ninth inning. It's the top of the order for the Tigers. Jackson, Hunter, and Cabrera. Nate Jones walked the leadoff hitter last inning. He came around and scored to tie the game at 3, but an error and another unearned run. One to count. Jackson 1 for 6 lifetime. Off Nate Jones. And that is foul for strike 2.
David Percy loosening up undoubtedly if this inning is alive to Fielder, who's due up 4th. This one just wide of the plate.
He got a good one to hit right there. Couldn't do anything with it.
If the Tigers score, it's been wide. If not, it's run down.
Be gone.
That was an exploding slider. And Austin Jackson now 0 for 5 with certainly no chance on that one. Jeff Keppinger is right on the line at third. The outfield a little deeper than normal in a no double set.
And here's Torrey Hunter 1 for 3 with a walk. Yes, he did. And the count 0-2.
That's called cheating a little bit. Knowing that the guy's got 99 and you want to start the bat to see if you might get that fastball inside. He didn't, and he couldn't check his swing.
That one at 98. Cabrera, the on-deck hitter. He gone. Blueprint.
Hunter's got no chance here. Especially after seeing 99 on the fastball. Body flies out. Now you got to get by the league's best.
He's 1 for 7 against Nate. And there's that slider. Got it in a great spot. Well, Torrey's heart was in it, but his fanny couldn't hang around.
No.
And the count 0-2. So Cabrera is homered in his last 4 games.
And 5 of his last 6.
That one at 98 upstairs.
Matt Lindstrom threw the disappearing slider to him in the 7th inning and struck him out.
Knocked down. He's got plenty of time. Take it. Yes. 1-2-3 inning for Nate Jones. We go to the bottom of the 9th, tied at 3.
Our throwing right-hander at 1-1, ERA just under 4 on for the 20th time. 20 in the third, he's given up 9 earned runs. He's given up only 1 home run, walked 7. But if someone can get on, he's thrown 5 wild pitches in just 20 in the third inning.
So we've got Garcia, Kevinger, and Danks, the scheduled hitters. And a couple of big talents from Venezuela facing one another.
Probably why he's got 5 wild pitches. Because I don't care how good you are as a catcher. There was no way you had any chance on that ball. When they invented the wild pitch call, they had this one in mind.
The DCL has a big 2-run triple back in the 4th inning. He was all over that one at 100.
That one up down the middle, but triple digits.
Ball hit hard off the glove of Infante. Garcia will pull up. That ball was scored.
He's hit the ball hard 3 out of the 4 times tonight. That one got him right off the wrist, and it goes as a base hit, inside out swing at 100 miles an hour. And it goes E4, the second error for Infante. This one could prove very costly.
So Cabrera at the cut of the grass at third, a couple steps off the line, and there's a 1 out.
Sometimes you get the bunt sign, but that wasn't a pitch you could bunt. 100 miles an hour, it was way up and in. And Jeff Keppinger has no sacrifices this year. And that's one you just got to back away from, because you got no chance to get it down.
So here's Jordan. He's 1 for 3. High and wide. That one at 90. Change up. Cardinals tied up Pittsburgh at 3. A drop fly ball by Marte in left field. Came around to score. And there's a base hit. So he'll pull it up, get back in. And boy Jordan.
Last couple of games that Jordan has started, he's really swung the bat well. .97-mile-an-hour fastball. He turns on it and drives it into right field.
So Gillespie has come out. If Fegley, Josh was 1 for 3 tonight. And here comes Jeff Jones.
Well, he's going to give him the scouting report on what they talked about with Gillespie as he comes out to talk with Rondon and Pena.
Bottom of the ninth, tied at 3. 1 out, 2 on.
One of the things he probably also left him with was look back at second base a time or two, because you've got a very fast man in Garcia at second.
Tony, we're going to have some fun watching that guy play for a while.
I believe so. Not much he can't do. And he's shown tonight against some real good fastballs that he can get the good part of the bat on the ball.
Well, we saw it last year when he turned Nate's 99 around. That one at 98, and the count 1-0 to Connor.
Ebesil's got to take a good secondary lead, because if he does throw one by Pena and it rattles around, you can score from second base.
Change up. Had him out in front. Meanwhile, the count evens at 1. Checks up at 98. Big pitch right here. Short and quick. .99 in the count, 2-2. De Acha on deck.
No great arms in the outfield. Jackson probably a tick above average for center fielders.
Connor. Pretty good pass at that one.
He's keeping everything down, and except for the first couple pitches, away.
It's full.
Try to change up again, and missed by plenty. Still nobody paying any attention to Garcia at second base.
Ball 4 base hit right here, Connor. Foul tipped.
Well, he stayed alive on a great straight change. Just barely getting the top part of the baseball. This one has great late movement. And that caught Pena right in the thigh.
So outstanding speed at second. There's a shot. Just fouled. Dadgummit.
You can't hit him any harder. That ball was on the inner third. And Connor turned on it and rifled it down the line. But just missed. He went with the fastball. Fielder would have had no chance on that.
Hunter and Jackson short out there and right in center.
Swung at ball 4. That was way out of the zone. And it's up to De Aza.
Alejandro 1 for 3 with a single and a walk. He has faced Rondon twice and he's walked both times. That one at 98 taken for a strike. Prince has got him. And they'll retire the side. So we have a golden opportunity. Can't do anything with it. Extra innings.
He's 4-1, ERA 3.61, on for the 50th time. He inherits a tie ball game as we move to the top of the 10th inning, and Tyler Flowers comes in behind the plate. And the first man that Addison is going to look at is a man who signed a $214 million 9-year contract, Prince Fielder.
Good for him.
That's stout. That is a stout contract.
He's 1 for 4 tonight. Make it now 2 for 5. Right off the end of the bat. Extra innings. This is our 20th extra inning game. Not a whole bunch to that. A little cue ball. A lot of English.
Slices over the head of Ramirez. Actually, with a whole lot more slice on it than most little loopers have. Don Kelly, who came on to pinch run for Martinez.
Yeah, he was just playing a little masse there.
I remember that. Kelly's got a sacrifice this year.
But in the first 19 extra inning games we played this year, we won 6 of them. We played 9 here at home. We won 3 of them. For the Tigers, this is their 16th. In the first 15 they have played, they've won 5 of them. They have played 10 on the road and won 4 of them. So, 0-1 to count to Kelly.
Outfield straight away. Keppinger in close at third.
One and 1 to count to Kelly. So the sacrifice. 5-4.
Good bunt by Kelly, forcing Keppinger to make the only play that he had, as Tyler Flowers sprints to third base because it's vacated and everybody else has some responsibility.
That'll bring up Dirks. He's been to the plate twice. He's lined very hard to left, and he is fouled out to Keppinger. 3-7-2 for our guys, 3-9-2 for their guys. First pitch strike. And that is chop foul. Very quickly they count 0-2. High and wide with that one. Omar Infante on deck. Brian Pena in the hole. Count evens. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Tiger bullpen continues to work.
Got him 0-2. It is now full. Payoff pitch. That's into right field. Garcia has it, gets it back in. So 2 down. And here's Infante. 3 for 4 with two little duck snorts. One of them knocked in a run. Garcia short out there and right. Danks a couple steps in and center. First pitch strike.
This is the most shallow that Garcia has played in right field all night. He's at a position where Infante, who does hit the ball to right and right center field, he's going to have a shot at fielder.
And that's in the seats for a souvenir.
They don't score, it's Bonderman. They do score, it's Benoit. As two right-handers, both loose and ready to go.
And our guys in the bottom of the 10th, Beckham, Ramirez, and Dunn. Softly hit. And a good job by Addison Reed. We go to the bottom of the 10th. In this 3-3 tie.
For Detroit, he'll be making his 4th appearance. He's 1-0, the ERA 193. He's thrown 4 2/3 innings. Walked 2, fanned 5. Overall, 2-3 with the ERA of 4.60 in 10 appearances.
What's he done to get back into the scene?
I just think that he rededicated himself because, for all practical purposes, his career was over. He just worked very hard, had an opportunity, and Detroit has given him a great opportunity to come back to a ball club that he did very well. And they know he has experience. They realize he wasn't afraid of anything, and they thought perhaps getting into a pennant race would give him the adrenaline push he needed to get the ball over the plate and start to have a very respectable ERA. So he hasn't thrown often for them, but he's done okay.
First pitch, pretty good pitch, didn't get it. Want to know the count to Gordon. Gordon is 0 for 3 tonight, but he started off that 3-run fourth. He was hit by a pitch hitting the left elbow. Hit him pretty good. One and one to count.
He had his contract purchased from AAA Toledo prior to the game on August 5th at Cleveland. Then he won his first game with the Tigers since 2010, August 7th at Cleveland.
Pretty good breaking ball right there. Ramirez on deck and Dunn in the hole. Two and two. 3 runs, 9 hits, 1 error. For the Tigers, 3 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for us. You're scoring along with us. Change that error on Infante. In the 9th inning, off the bat of Garcia to a base hit, which is the correct call. Ball was killed. Good eye. Very close. Ball 4, base hit, Gordon.
He's kept everything away, and that ball was off the corner. And Gordon had the patience to take it. Tiger outfield as deep as you'd want to get all the way around. Dirks is almost on the warning track. And Jackson is deeper than he usually plays in center. I think that hit him, but it hit the bat. So Mike Winters right away said foul ball, but Gordon might have gotten plunked again as Bonderman tries to run it inside. It's a breaking ball. It looked like it hit the knob of the bat.
Once again, the payoff. And another souvenir.
Bonderman's getting it up there 96 miles an hour.
And once again, the 3-2. Chopper 2 hopper. There's Alexei, 2 for 3 tonight. He's 4 for 15 lifetime off Bonderman with a homer.
To get it over the outfielder's head, he's going to have to hit another homer. Cabrera standing almost on top of the bag at third base.
And the count 0-2. Two down.
And that ball hurt Pena. And it could very well have been, had Ramirez run, Pena might not have been able to make that throw, because he didn't get hit in a particularly good spot as Ramirez swung at one way out of the zone. And watch Pena. He locates it, has just enough to tag him, and then down goes Pena. Yikes.
We're going to give him a little time to shake him down, and
Yeah, you can bounce all you want, but that one's going to leave a mark.
So 2 out. And here comes Adam. Adam 0 for 4 tonight. He's seen Bonderman 5 times. 1 hit. And it left the premises. Very quickly, 0-1 to count. They're into the 11th inning now in St. Louis, tied at 3. Count evens at 1. And close call.
Good eye, though. And a good call by Mike Winters as that ball just missed, blowing away.
That pitch way out of the zone. Outside, so 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Bottom of the 10th inning. And just did get a piece of that one. Bottom of the 6th out at the Coliseum. Houston leading Oakland 5-1. That's the score. The Texans got beat by Milwaukee down in Arlington. That's in to left field for a base hit. He just pokes it out there. And that'll bring up Paulie.
It was supposed to be a backdoor slider. And Adam, having to protect, is able to guide it into left field. Dirks is so deep that he's going to have plenty of opportunity to cut across, but he has some problems with it. Bobbles it. Not far enough away for Adam to head into second, however.
Paulie has seen Bonderman a lot of times. 43 times, 12 hits, 7 of which stayed in the park.
There was a time when Jeremy Bonderman had overwhelming stuff.
Had one of the best sliders in baseball.
Yes, he did. A lot of arm problems between then and now.
Paulie takes ball 1. SCIL Garcia on deck. Ball's hit very hard, but foul. Watch out. 21 to count. Short lead by Adam. Pours that strike over. That one at 95. So they may have made another nice pickup in Bonderman. We'll go to the 11th. Addison Reed to his second inning of work. 3 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for them. 3 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for us. And if you're just tuning in, we have given them 2 unearned runs tonight. They gave us 1, we have given them 2, and that's the difference in this ball game.
So Addison stays in the game, face the bottom part of the order, and hopefully end this inning before they get to the Hunter Cabrera Fielder part of the lineup.
That will take a 1-2-3, as here is Pena, 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs, tries to bunt it as Keppinger was way back at third.
Pretty good idea by Brian Pena. You don't expect a catcher to lay one down, but he saw the opportunity, and had he gotten that ball onto the grass anywhere, would have been a base hit. He does have a couple of sacrifice bunts, so he can handle the bat a bit.
Brian has always played well against us. He was at Kansas City, hit the ball well. And since he's been with the Tigers. Another good pickup. Boy, that ball is absolutely dangerous.
And Cabrera is still ducking below the screen.
All right. Wow.
Did you ever get hit with a line shot in the dugout?
No. But
and why was that?
Because I was paying attention.
You better believe it. You better
always look at the hitter, especially with hard throwing pitchers out there or guys with good sliders.
That's good pitch. Fought it off. That's unusual, but that's a little bit of the culture when you were coming in, is that you did pay attention when you were on that bench and you weren't pitching.
In spring training, it was Matt Keogh that was hit really hard right in the head.
Yeah.
Sitting on the bench.
Yeah. And pitchers are notorious for not paying attention. And there's another base hit for Pena.
Well, just like the 10th, they lead it off with a base hit. And just like the 10th, you would figure Iglesias to be laying it down.
He's 0 for 2 with 2 walks tonight.
They can look down at Tom Brookins, who goes through his set of signs.
Pena right now hitting about 300 against us this year with a homer, 3 RBIs. Not a good effort right there by Iglesias.
Well, I've seen him try to bunt for a hit.
Right.
But he doesn't have any sacrifices, and it's a whole different world when you do that.
He's trying a 2-way bunt.
Yep. And it's difficult to do if the only thing that you've ever done and done well is bunt for a hit.
Now this time he's trying to make the sacrifice. It was that Brian Dozier we saw do that the other day, trying a 2-way bunt in a big situation in the ball game and did not get it done. Minnesota.
Brian Dozier has been hitting the daylights out of the ball.
Yes, he has. Sacrifice 1-4.
There was a perfect bunt, and so Pena moves in a scoring position. With everybody charging, he was able to deaden the ball enough where Addison had only one play.
Well, just watching Iglesias now. We saw him when we were in Detroit. Seeing him here now. Give me your impression of him.
to me, he's really good to have on a ball club for a couple of different reasons. One is the obvious, is that you can play him at short, second, or third, and he's going to give you a great defensive effort. He also has much needed speed that this Detroit team does not have, and it appears that he can do a whole lot of things. So you got a 22-year-old really in the infancy stages of his career that was probably rushed to the major leagues and might not be here if not for the situation as it's dictated. He's got a chance to be a pretty good player. And with Johnny Peralta as a free agent after this year, after his suspension, to me it looks like Iglesias can grow into a starting shortstop if that's what they want him to be. When I talked to their assistant general manager, Al Avila, he said that probably if the situations were changed, Iglesias would be still in the minor leagues getting at bats, getting much needed at bats, but that's not the way things have worked out, and they certainly need him here.
That ball into right field. Garcia. He can throw.
Brian Pena gave him the obligatory step and a half and then decided, I think I'll go back to the bag.
So here's Torrey Hunter.
He's got a pretty good idea that Brian Pena is not going anywhere.
Well, Johnny Peralta has only made 4 errors all year, hitting over 300, knocked in a lot of runs. And I've always liked Peralta.
He's a good player.
But in my opinion, he's gone.
Well, I think they're a better team with Iglesias.
Iglesias, to me, is a guy who might know as much about how to play this game from what we've seen, just from what we've seen, as anybody in this league. He's still a baby.
Another factor is he's going to save wear and tear on Cabrera, because Cabrera is not going to have to go near as far to his left as he does with Peralta at shortstop.
Well, when he's out there, this is I think, as I said, Peralta, he's gone. That's what I think is going to happen. He can do everything on a field. It was a great, not a good, it was a great pickup by the Tigers.
He might have had a shot. He dropped the ball. Would have been a tough play. And they're going to give him E6.
So his 3rd error of the game, his 21st of the season.
Torrey Hunter doesn't run like he used to, and I believe if Ramirez comes up with it cleanly, he's going to get him. And that's going to bring Robin out to talk with Reed and to tell the infield what he would like them to do. If Hunter takes off.
Well, if he takes off, that's going to be a shocker, because either way, that's going to take the bet out of Cabrera's hands. Yeah, if he wants to go ahead and put him on.
I was going to say you can do that because Percy is loosening up, and it would be Percy against Fielder. So you have your choice. You want Reed against Cabrera, who's the best in the business. You want Percy against Fielder, and that's a decision that Robin's going to have to make, whether Hunter runs or not. You can make that decision.
Well, with Percy, he's had some trouble throwing some strikes.
You got to worry about his control.
You got to worry about that. Yeah. Meanwhile, those pitch didn't get it. There, he made a B pitch right there. Same pitch as he just covered the other one up. that he didn't get, so the count 1-1.
Get that ball up a little higher. And you see the second pitch just barely on top of the first one.
Knocks his glove off. That's they're going to get him because he couldn't run. So he does not score. Now they'll have to see if Cabrera is all right. And we'll go to the bottom of the 11th.
It knocks his glove off, but because he is not 100%, probably not even close to it, he has to wind up sliding into first and then is in obvious pain. And believe me, the Tigers do not want to see this. They would just as soon lose this game than to see something like that. So you got a guy that's in obvious pain. Jim Leland came out. The trainer came out. Cabrera is out. But he stays in the game and still plays third.
And here's Garcia. That's inside. Evsiel is 2 for 4. That 2-run triple in the 4th, and that rocket single leading off the 9th, off the glove of Infante. 2-0.
That was a good check because that was a late breaking slider. He thought about it. Last minute he did not swing, and the appeal to DJ Rayburn confirmed it.
Three and 0.
Well, the game on the north side ended in the 11th with Cincinnati winning 6-4. The game in St. Louis looks like it's got a chance of ending in the bottom of the 11th with the Cardinals threatening Pittsburgh.
And we got the leadoff walk.
We got the winning run aboard in the bottom of the 11th.
Debinger 0 for 4. Strikeout, a pop up to right. Twice he is fouled out. DePena, the catcher, once on an attempted bunt. So Cabrera guarding the line. at third. Too long a set. Well, a lot of extra inning games tonight. There's the bunt. They're going to go to second base. Can't get him. Bad decision with that speed.
It said it took him off the bag, that the high throw took him off the bag, and Iglesias tried to do the best he could, but he's not a real tall shortstop. So Bonderman takes a gamble. That gamble going after Garcia. But the high throw absolutely takes him off the bag. A good call by Laz Diaz.
That speed will cause you to make a lot of bad throws.
And he's got plenty of it.
So here is Jordan. Jordan's 2 for 4. 2 solid singles tonight. So now Cabrera at the cut of the grass. As that's going to get the job done. As the bat goes flying further than the ball.
Tyler Flowers with his first opportunity of the night.
So the winning run at third, 1 out, infield in.
Outfield has to play to the exact depth of their arms, which is pretty shallow all the way around.
And that breaking ball misses low and away. Not too much, Tyler. Nice and easy. Just don't turn the head of the bat over, buddy.
Infante is about as close as you can get. They're both in on the grass on the right side, both on the grass on the left.
Close pitch goes Bonderman's way. 1-1. Big pitch right here, the 1-1. Nice pick by Pena.
That was almost a game ender. But Pena, it's been a long night for him. And yet he was able to make a good quick move to his right.
Now 3-1. Don't help him out, Tyler. Bounce one right here. And that's ball 4. That'll load him up.
Good job of patience by Tyler Flowers, because he saw every pitch in the sequence was down. Every pitch was borderline. And now Jim Leland wants a talk, and he wants Phil Koch. So Bonderman leaves. Phil Koch comes in. Will step out with the bases loaded and be back after these messages. 519 on for the 40th time. 34 2/3. 15 walks, 29 strikeouts, and 1 wild pitch on the ledger.
All right, here we go. Infield, in. Outfield, in. 1 out. Sox packed. Alejandro 1 for 4 tonight. Sox trying to make it 2 in a row over these Tigers. One last night, 6-2. Chris Sale right here. First pitch.
That one almost took his nose off. Alejandro right on top of the plate. And he's got to get down under that.
And the 1-0. Just underneath it. Just underneath it. Big pitch, the 1-1. Now Cope in command at 1-2. Beckham on deck. They'll get it done, and this ball game is over. Alejandro Diaz.
Lucky RBI number 50. And Phil Coke comes in just in time to throw a base hit that ends it. So a long way to go in this one. But the Sox come away with their second win of the series, and here is the game-winning hit.